our responsibility to give voice to Americans on the safety of our troops and the security of our great nation. We need to give that voice in this moment because this is a crisis that can spiral into a conflict, and from a conflict into an all-out war. While Trump tries to claim their targets are boats from Venezuela, in reality, reports show strikes have hit boats from Colombia and apparently those carrying citizens from other neighboring countries. The administration has even admitted they don't know each individual identity of those targeted. To still execute legal strikes is a reckless and dangerous use of our powerful military. And as Trump considers expanding strikes to include land targets within Venezuela, and that's what we're talking about, within Venezuela, we move further towards a war that would destabilize the entire region. The American people don't want us to start a war within Venezuela, and their voices should be heard, not ignored by this president. Now, there is a final reason why I rise in support of this resolution, because letting Donald Trump ignore the law abroad makes him think he has a free pass to do it right here at home. Donald Trump thinks if he can do this in the Caribbean, he can do it on the streets of Chicago. He could use the military for his own political retribution and consolidation of power in and outside our borders. After all, in his own words, quote, "We're under invasion from within, no different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms." That's what the president said. We cannot be complacent as he already sends troops into our cities as a tool of intimidation against his political enemies. As I close here, I just want to say that when we know the American people are not blind to what Trump is doing, they know we're not powerless to stop him. It's time to step up and show them we believe in the law, that we believe in the voices of the American people, and that we believe in protecting our service members, and that we won't stand idly by in the face of lawlessness. So I hope all of my colleagues join me in passing this resolution. It's our power, it's our duty, it's our responsibility. Thank you. I yield back.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, you know, next week marks the anniversary of my Alive Day. That is the anniversary of the last day I ever woke up, laced up my boots, and climbed into my Black Hawk helicopter. The day when an RPG shot my helicopter out of the Iraqi sky. The day that I could have died. The day that I probably should have died, but didn't, thanks to the courage of my buddies who risked their lives to save my own. So I come here this afternoon, battle wounds and all, not because I'm scared of war. I'm not. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Titanium legs don't buckle, by the way. What I am scared of, however, is that the United States is stumbling into an armed conflict because of a 5-time draft dodger who is using our military to pretend to be a tough guy on the world stage. What I am troubled by is that a man who was never brave enough to serve in uniform himself seems to care more about thumping his chest than keeping our troops out of danger. What I am worried about is that Donald Trump's obsession with making America great again is making Americans less safe again. 2 months ago, without even seeking congressional approval, the Trump administration began carrying out airstrikes against boats in international waters near Venezuela, claiming he was targeting fentanyl traffickers and drug cartels. Since then, without due process, dozens of people have been killed in these strikes. What he is doing is un-American, unconstitutional, and downright dangerous. Dangerous for our service members, whom he is placing at greater risk of retaliation. Dangerous for Americans who should be afraid that Trump is using military might to kill people without due process or proper evidence. And dangerous for our democracy if we keep speeding down this path. Bringing the force of the United States military down on drug traffickers is both ineffective and unwise, as drug trafficking is fundamentally a law enforcement matter, not a military one. This is yet another instance of Donald Trump wildly abusing our military, trying to blur the lines between our service members and law enforcement. We saw it when he sent the National Guard to intimidate peaceful protesters in Los Angeles, or when he similarly threatened Chicago and Portland before he was stopped by the courts. We've even seen it in this capital city where I'm speaking today, when he forced troops to carry rifles around the quiet streets of our nation's capital. Now, we're witnessing it stretch from D.C. to the Caribbean Sea, as Trump has once again unilaterally and unconstitutionally used our troops however he sees fit, rule of law be damned. To put what he's done another way, the president has ordered repeated military strikes against civilians without congressional oversight. And he has claimed that such military action is justified because he himself, in his ultimate wisdom, has deemed these civilians to be deciding to use the military to hunt them down without congressional consent. To be clear, I will never, ever support trafficking illegal drugs into this country. I believe we should use the might of law enforcement to track down drug traffickers. But that is not why we're here today. Why I'm here is to sound the alarm on the incredibly slippery slope that Donald Trump has set us careening down. Even if the administration can actually give us proof that those killed on board were all criminals, well, then they should have been apprehended by law enforcement and tried in the judicial system. That is how law and order works. But Trump doesn't seem to care. In his world, he is a judge, jury, and executioner. In his mind, the justice system can be discarded at will. The military is his plaything, with fewer and fewer guardrails to keep the rest of us safe. He believes there are no checks on his power, no checks at all, other than the ones going into his own pockets signed by his rich friends. The United States exists today because a few brave patriots saw a tyrant who cared more about the gold in his coffers than the people in his colonies. Then our founders decided to form a more perfect union where enforceable guardrails would check executive greed. They pushed those chests of tea into Boston Harbor. They fought a revolution. They did the hard, messy work of forging a democracy. And because they knew that a man who believes he wields all the power but fears no consequences is a danger to those who fall under his rule. And while Donald Trump may be a wannabe king rather than a monarch by blood or title, what was true then is true now. He doesn't seem to care that his strikes are clearly escalatory actions that will only harden our enemies, put our troops in greater danger, and our families at greater risk of retaliation. He does not care that this campaign is draining military resources, hurting its readiness, and wasting untold sums of taxpayer money. He probably isn't even aware of the second and third order security consequences of his decisions. He probably doesn't even know that already, because of his decisions, a Marine Expeditionary Unit has been forced to relocate it to Southcom, leaving our troops in Europe and the Middle East without the emergency support they rely on in worst-case scenario moments, leaving our troops there hanging. He just wants to look strong. And he doesn't care that in the process, he's making our nation weaker. Look, I first ran for Congress so that when the drums of war started beating, I would be in a position to make sure that our nation's leaders fully consider the true cost of war, not just in dollars and cents, but in the sacrifices of our heroes and their families. Now, with those drums beginning to echo once more, I am here today to once again keep my promise. Because sadly, worryingly, infuriatingly, Trump has already started a conflict and now seems intent on expanding it. He's already threatened land strikes against Venezuela, with seemingly no concern over the fact that only Congress, this body, not the president, has the authority to declare war. We are the ones tasked with deciding when and how we send our troops into combat. We are the ones the Constitution charged with that most solemn duty. And today, we are the ones who must be the adults in the room because Trump is yet again acting like a toddler throwing a tantrum on a playground, acting as if obeying the law is optional, acting as if the Constitution is nothing more than a yellowing piece of paper that he can rip up at will. Those are just some of the many, many reasons why today I am voting yes on the resolution to block the administration from continuing to illegally use military force within or against Venezuela. This should not be a partisan issue. No matter if you're a factory worker pulling double shifts or the President of the United States, no one is above the law. No matter if you're struggling to pay rent or your name is plastered in fake gold on the front of a building on Fifth Avenue, no one can overrule the Constitution. Listen, if the Trump administration actually believes there is an ongoing credible threat of armed conflict, then they must bring their case to Congress and give the American people a say through their elected representatives. They must respect our service members enough to prove why war is worth turning more moms and dads into Gold Star parents. And they must testify about what the end state of these military operations would actually look like. Then, when their case has been made, when Congress's debate is done, we should vote. After all, it's our duty. It's the least we owe to the warriors who deserve to know why we're putting them in harm's way. You know, on Veterans Day, I'm sure we'll see Donald Trump wrap himself in the flag in the morning, but you can be sure that he'll have found a way to abandon our troops again by the afternoon. Because Trump has made a habit of giving our troops the middle finger. Well, I'm sure as hell not going to let him get away with that. So as many times as is necessary, I'm going to keep coming back to this chamber. I'm going to keep raising my voice and keep demanding what's actually in our nation's best interest. Because I don't make decisions of war and peace based on how tough I want to look on Truth Social. And as I celebrate my Alive Day next week, I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure other troops get to come home to their families too. It's just one small way I can honor those buddies who saved my life, every other veteran, and all those still in the uniform of our great nation today. If only this 5-time draft dodger hadn't cried bone spurs when his nation needed him the most, then maybe he would understand the first thing about what it means to actually honor those who serve. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
I strongly support this resolution. I do want to say thank you to Senator Kaine. And Senator Kaine, I think I speak for you, and I think I speak for every member of the Senate. Senator from Illinois, you are wonderful. It's so amazing what she did as an enlisted person in combat, the injuries you suffered, the devotion that you have to your fellow service members, the indomitable spirit you have of solidarity with them, and then the credibility you bring to this discussion about the importance of the role of a citizen, of the legislature to make the decisions about whether you and your fellow citizens, the folks who made the decision to step forward and serve our country, whether we as elected representatives have the responsibility to make the decision whether they have to go into harm's way. Because you've inspired us every day. If you're ordered to go, you go. You report for duty, the commander-in-chief makes a decision. But if it's about a decision to go to war, we, the United States Congress, has the obligation to make that decision. And nobody has more credibility in making that case than you do. And both of you have already stated the factual predicate here that we are engaged in hostilities. We've got 10% of our Navy down there. The president is saying that he is going to do land strikes and then changing his mind on it. But you know what? And he's also asserting what there is that we all share as a real concern, and that's any kind of drugs coming into this country. We're all appalled by and want to do everything that we can to stop it. But what is at stake here is the Constitution and the constitutional provision that it's the people who are elected and directly accountable, the House of Representatives and the members of the United States Senate, who have to make that decision where we know when it is made to go to war. There'll be people like Senator Duckworth who say, I'm ready. I'm ready. We have that responsibility. It can't be the arbitrary action of any single individual, including the President of the United States. So what is at stake here is preserving the accountability that has so weakened as the Congress to the well-being of our country. With the tug of war that goes on in every generation about what's the right policy, with the tug of war that goes on in every generation as United States senators is the right to make that decision whether the citizens of this country, the citizens that we serve, are going to be put in harm's way. So we couldn't have a incredibly positive attitude despite these incredible injuries that none of us can imagine what it's like. But boy, you are so special. It's amazing to be her colleague, isn't it? It really is. But what you're speaking about is so profoundly moving to me, because you understand better than any of us ever can how significant make that profound decision on yes or no that we should go into war. So I want to thank you, and Senator Kaine, I want to thank you, because there is no more important thing for this Congress to do than to reassert its responsibility, to accept
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over the past 2 months, President Trump has ordered 16 airstrikes in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing more than 65 people. His administration boasts that they are targeting drug trafficking organizations. Yet Congress and the American people have received minimal information about the intelligence supporting these strikes, the legal framework governing these strikes, or the strategic objective they're meant to accomplish. I want to be clear about something at the outset. I've spent years advocating for strong action against drug cartels that poison our communities. I've consistently voted to provide law enforcement with the resources they need to dismantle these criminal networks. I have supported international cooperation to target these organizations at their source. And like everyone here, I recognize the cartels are a scourge and they must be confronted aggressively and dismantled thoroughly. But that is not what is happening here. Let me begin with the most fundamental question. What is the operation actually meant to accomplish? The administration has emphasized fentanyl as the primary justification for these strikes. Yet their own officials have acknowledged that cocaine is the predominant drug trafficked through these Caribbean routes. The fentanyl that is devastating American communities flows overwhelmingly through different routes. So what problem are we actually trying to solve? And I think it should be obvious you cannot bomb your way out of a drug crisis. The demand that motivates drug trafficking is not found in the Caribbean. It is located in communities across America where people are suffering from addiction, where economic opportunity has dried up, where the social fabric has frayed, and military strikes do nothing to address those root causes. Indeed, the significant budgetary attacks on Medicaid and other programs, health programs, will further undermine our attempts to control demand and to solve our drug problem. And we've been down this road many times before in many parts of the world. We've seen what happens when military force is employed without clear objectives, without defined endpoints, without an honest assessment of what military power can and cannot achieve. The so-called war on drugs has been waged for decades. It has cost billions of dollars and countless lives, and it has not solved the problem. As we expand this military operation in South and Central America, we have to ask, what does victory look like? How do we know when this mission is complete? I know as many of us considered the Iraq War, I think many failed to ask the fundamental question. What happens when we win? Because we won quickly and then found ourselves in a 20-year struggle throughout the region to maintain stability. As I indicated before, more than 65 people have been killed across 16 strikes. Boats have been blown out of the water and videos released by the administration. But has the flow of fentanyl into America decreased? Has a single trafficking network been dismantled? The administration hasn't provided any evidence that these strikes are achieving anything beyond the destruction they document on camera. Is this just another reality TV series? I hope not. But this is not a strategy. This is violence without a strategic objective. The administration's legal justification shifts every week. First, they simply cited the president's Article II authority and claimed that these cartels were terrorist organizations. Then the president decided that America is in a, quote, non-international armed conflict, which is a dubious claim. Now, Secretary Hegseth has begun calling these cartels the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere and declared open season on them. But he seems to have forgotten an important fact. After 9/11, Congress passed an authorization for the use of military force, or AUMF, to provide the legal basis for using military force against Al-Qaeda. By Secretary Hegseth's own logic, this current operation requires congressional authorization. But there's a deeper problem with the administration's analogy to terrorism. Terrorists pursue political objectives. Cartels pursue profit and power. They're criminals, not ideological combatants waging war against the United States. If the White House truly believes that these are terrorist organizations, and the Defense Secretary truly thinks Tren de Aragua compares to Al-Qaeda, the administration should come to Congress and request an AUMF. The fact that they haven't is revealing. When the legal justification keeps changing, it means that there is no clear mission to begin with. And here's what troubles me the most. The administration's refusal to explain itself, both to Congress and the American people. It suggests that they know this operation does not hold up to scrutiny. Chairman Wicker and I have sent multiple requests to Secretary Hegseth to submit the basic information Congress is legally entitled to, execute orders, legal justifications, and intelligence underpinning individual strikes. The Pentagon has taken more than 2 months to provide only some of this information and has refused to answer simple questions regarding the very limited information that has been provided to date. And this isn't a partisan complaint. These are statutory requirements that are being ignored and noticed by both sides of the aisle. The United Nations has stated that these strikes, quote, violate international human rights law and find, another quote, no justification in international law. Legal experts across the political spectrum have been nearly unanimous in denouncing these operations as unlawful. Yet the administration's response has been to withhold information rather than provide justification. If this operation serves vital American interests, if it can achieve its stated objectives, and if it is legal under domestic and international law, then why won't the administration defend it before Congress and the American people? The obfuscation suggests they don't have genuine answers. The secrecy suggests they know this doesn't make sense. And now the situation grows more dangerous. The USS Gerald Ford, our largest and newest aircraft carrier, is headed to the Caribbean, bringing additional warships and thousands of sailors and Marines. This is not a limited operation. This is a major military buildup. To what end? The administration will not say. Against what enemy? They won't specify. For how long? They refuse to answer. These operations risk destabilizing the region and provoking direct confrontation with Venezuela. We could be stumbling into another open-ended conflict without purpose or plan. If the administration intends to escalate towards conflict with Venezuela, Congress has a constitutional duty to declare and authorize such action. We cannot sleepwalk into another war through incremental escalation while being kept in the dark. To my Republican colleagues, I know many of you share concerns about endless American wars. I know many of you have questioned open-ended military commitments that lack clear strategic objectives. You have consistently opposed executive overreach by previous presidents in the matter of war. These Southcom operations look like the beginning of exactly that kind of entanglement. And we're being asked to accept it in faith, without information, without debate, without authorization. Which brings me to the matter of constitutional authority. The Constitution is unambiguous. Article 1, Section 8 vests the power to declare war in Congress, not in the executive branch. This was not an oversight by the founders. It was a deliberate choice, born from hard experience with monarchs who could commit their nations to war by decree. The War Powers Resolution exists to give meaning to that constitutional principle. It requires the President to consult with Congress before introducing forces into hostilities and to obtain authorization within 60 days. The Trump administration delivered its War Powers notification to Congress on September 4th. The 60-day window to receive congressional authorization closed on Monday, without approval being granted. A law-abiding administration would cease its operation, but the Trump administration continues on. Incredibly, according to public reporting, the White House is apparently now arguing that these strikes don't constitute, quote, hostilities under the War Powers Act because American service members are directly in harm's way while operating standoff weapons and drones. This is ridiculous. Most importantly, it is an insult to the men and women who are risking their lives flying aircraft, operating ships and submarines, and conducting reconnaissance in the region. They're very much in harm's way. And to say that this operation is so safe that it doesn't qualify as hostilities is embarrassing. And also, it suggests, perhaps, the logic that these really aren't military operations or hostilities. They are premeditated attacks to produce lethal effects on people who may or may not be drug dealers. This new interpretation creates a dangerous precedent. If standoff weapons exempt military operations from congressional oversight, we have effectively granted the executive branch unlimited authority to wage war anywhere in the world, so long as American forces can strike from a distance. Does this mean that we can fire a long-range missile into another country because we're not at hostilities, since there are no service members directly in danger as we launch the missile from our territory? That logic does not hold up. That represents, indeed, a fundamental rewriting of our Constitution, not through amendment or legislation, but through one man's decision. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I ask you to consider what authority you would be comfortable granting to any president, not just this one, but the next one and the one after that. The powers we recognize today will be exercised by future administrations. Constitutional principles should not bend with political convenience. And I believe that this is not a political debate. This is about the institution of Congress and the congressional and constitutional limits on executive power. It is about insisting that before we commit American military forces to combat operations, before we take lives in America's name, we must have clear legal authority, credible justification, and strategic coherence. If this operation makes strategic sense, let the administration make that case to Congress and the American people. Let them provide the legal justification they've withheld. Let them explain the end game. What happens when we win? What does winning mean? What are the limits of this operation? Let them show us how blowing up boats in the Caribbean solves what the president has repeatedly said, the fentanyl crisis in each and every one of our states. They have not done so, and until they do, this operation does not deserve our support. I urge my colleagues to hold the Trump administration accountable. The Constitution requires it, the American people deserve it, and we all have taken an oath to the Constitution, not the President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Maryland. Mr. President, I want to start where Senator Reid, the distinguished ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, left off. And that's with the United States Constitution, which should be the North Star for every senator in this body, regardless of party. And that's why I rise in support of this bipartisan resolution barring U.S. military action within or against Venezuela without congressional authorization. I think it's always helpful just to read the words of some of these resolutions, and the one we're debating right now is SJ Res 90, joint resolution to direct the removal of United States armed forces from hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress. A pretty straightforward statement of what the Constitution requires. Because Article 1 of the Constitution vests the responsibility to go to war explicitly and exclusively in Congress, not in one person in the Oval Office. James Madison put it best in 1793 when he wrote, and I quote, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war or peace to the legislature and not to the executive. The trust and the temptation would be too great for any one man." End of quote. Mr. President, we are seeing Donald Trump succumb to the temptation in real time as he wantonly strikes boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific. 16 strikes to date, 67 people killed, extrajudicial killings, no evidence to support their claims, and even if they were to provide evidence, still not a justification to engage the armed forces of the United States. And now the Trump administration is threatening lethal operations against Maduro and the Maduro regime in Venezuela itself. We all understand that the president has the authority to defend the United States from imminent attacks. That's an authority that this resolution clearly recognizes. But it's also crystal clear that there is no imminent attack or danger from Venezuela. Zero. Now, after illegally striking boats and killing people in international waters, President Trump is now threatening to start a war against a sovereign nation in our own hemisphere. As my colleague and friend Senator Kaine pointed out earlier, the president's been taking this series of actions that are displayed on this chart. On October 15th, Trump confirmed that he'd authorized the CIA to conduct covert action in Venezuela. October 16, Trump says, "We are certainly looking at land now," meaning not only using the armed forces of the United States to strike in the waters, but on land in Venezuela. October 24th, the Pentagon announces that the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group has been directed to U.S. Southcom. October 31st, several Trump administration officials tell the press that a secret list of targets in Venezuela has been drawn up. Headline in the New York Times, Trump weighs options and risks for attacks on Venezuela. Washington Post, Trump beats the war drums for direct action in Venezuela. Mr. President, that is what people are discussing and contemplating as we speak within this administration. And it's not just this series of actions and comments that have surfaced, but the President of the United States has deployed lots of U.S. military assets to the region. I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is a massive deployment of U.S. naval power off the coast of Venezuela. In other words, President Trump is openly threatening a regime change war that could cost American and Venezuelan lives. You know, I think we all agree. I think we all agree in this body that Maduro is a terrible dictator. He's a plague on his own people. But we have learned from history that bombs don't turn dictatorships into democracies. The American people, particularly our veterans who sacrificed so much in Afghanistan and Iraq, understand that lesson very clearly. As do the American people, because recent polling found that a majority of Americans would oppose a U.S. military invasion of Venezuela. And the U.S. Navy deployment near Venezuela has become even less popular over the last month as the Trump administration's boat strikes and saber-rattling against Venezuela has intensified. Mr. President, I want to take a moment to contrast this resolution regarding Venezuela with the one we considered recently in the Senate regarding applying the War Powers Resolution to the President's action blowing up boats and people in international waters. And I see my colleague Senator Kaine on the floor, and I want to thank him for bringing both these resolutions before the body. But I wanted to mention the earlier resolution because just earlier today, I read the Trump administration's so-called justification for the actions that they are taking in international waters to strike these boats that have killed 67 people. And I have followed the war powers debate for a very long time, as have many of my colleagues. And Mr. President, what I read was 35 pages of pure gobbledygook, pure mumbo jumbo. Clearly a lawyer who had to work really hard to justify a decision that had already been made. That's what that 35 plus whatever page report was. And as my colleague Senator Reid talked about, to justify the actions that the President's been taking about going after boats in international waters requires such a strained reading of the war powers set out in the Constitution and subsequently that it would blow up a hole so big that would essentially absorb the Article 1 requirement that Congress be the one that declare war. So based on my reading of that statement, there's zero justification for what the President's doing with respect to strikes in the Caribbean. I do want to point out, as of my colleagues, that if you're actually serious about preventing drugs from coming to the United States, as we all should be, the way you do it is you interdict those boats, you go up the chain to find the kingpins, and you go after them. I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't submit a budget to the United States Congress that cuts the funding for the Drug Enforcement Agency and cuts funding for the task forces we've developed to go after major organized crime syndicates involved in the drug business. I happen to be the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee that oversees the Justice Department, and all my colleagues have to do is take a look at the requests from the President of the United States when it comes to resources for fighting drugs coming to the United States. They cut them. They cut those resources. So that's not what this is about. And what this is about is a violation of the Constitution. It was just a few months ago that President Trump was asked whether he needs to uphold the Constitution of the United States. I don't know if my colleagues remember what his answer was, but it's right there in the record for all of you to read it. The president said, "I don't know. I don't know." Our job here is to make it clear to the president and to everybody else that all of us have to adhere to the Constitution of the United States. And that's what this War Powers resolution does. If we don't want to surrender those constitutional responsibilities to the President of the United States, we need to vote for this resolution, which, as I read at the very beginning of my remarks, is very clear. It simply says the president cannot go to war against Venezuela without congressional authorization. So let me just end with this, Mr. President. We're here in the middle of a government shutdown. I have now voted 7 times to reopen the government without giving President Trump a blank check and dealing with the healthcare crisis that's in front of us. President Trump is not engaged in any way in that discussion. He's been traveling around the world. He wanted to meet with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, who apparently said no. He's using at least $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer money to bail out his buddy in Argentina. Meanwhile, here at home, prices are going up and up and up. The president promised he was going to bring them down on day one. Right now, before us, we have a ticking time bomb that's going to explode healthcare costs in America, especially when it comes to the Affordable Care Act. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they passed what they called was a big, beautiful bill. Beautiful if you're a billionaire, because they extended the tax cuts for billionaires permanently. The one tax relief provision that they let lapse was that helps middle-class Americans better afford their health care. So the message all of us should send to the President of the United States is quit engaging in illegal actions in the Caribbean and international waters, blowing up boats and people in an extrajudicial fashion. And when it comes to Venezuela, stop making these threats and amassing military assets off the shore and claiming you somehow have the authority to do that. The Constitution invests the authority to go to war with the United States Congress. That's what this resolution is all about. And I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield the floor.
Turk Nez, the senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this weekend I watched, probably like you, a number of folks go on television and confidently predict that we were going to be out of the shutdown. Some said as early as Wednesday. One confidently predicted Thursday. A couple more said Friday. So when I came back on Monday, I was pretty sanguine about things. It gives me no joy to say this, but I was wrong. I don't know, as bad as this multiple vehicle pileup looks from the outside, you ought to see it from the inside. I know you know what I'm talking about, Mr. President. The Republicans have voted 14 times to come out of the shutdown. My Democratic friends have voted 14 times to stay shut down. And I think it's going to be like that for a while.
I used to have a beagle, Mr. President. I loved him to death. His name was Roger. He was a rascal. Roger would run off. He was a rabbit dog that we picked up as a stray. Roger would run off for 3 days, scare me to death. I was afraid he was going to die. And after 3 days, he'd come staggering back home, and he always had roadkill in his mouth. And he would hide that roadkill under my back porch. And where we are now, in negotiating out of this shutdown, looks like something Roger used to hide under my back porch. We're supposed to have a vote tomorrow. We don't know what we're voting on, but we've been promised we're going to have a vote. And I hope we do. And I hope I'm wrong. And I hope we come out of this shutdown very soon. But I'm not going to lie to the American people. I think we're going to be in it for a while. Now, as everyone knows, folks aren't being paid while we're in a shutdown. Our air traffic controllers are not being paid. In fact, starting tomorrow, the airlines are going to be canceling flights. Our staffs are not being paid. Federal employees are not being paid. These young men and women here, our pages, are not being paid. Our military is only being partially paid. I'm confused about SNAP payments. Some say the payments are being made. Some say they aren't. I don't know who's telling the truth, but I do know this. I don't think anybody wants to see anybody hungry in America. The only people that I can ascertain who are being paid are members of Congress. Now, I'm not being paid. I said I wasn't going to take a salary during the shutdown. And some of my colleagues are, and I'm not judging anybody. I'm really, the purpose of this is not to judge anybody. I'm just saying that it's time that Congress set an example. I've got 2 bills I'm going to offer up today. The first one is called the No Shutdown Paychecks to Politicians Act. This just says that while we're in a shutdown, members of Congress don't get paid, and they don't get back pay. The second bill is entitled Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act. That bill says while we're in a shutdown, members of Congress don't get paid, but they will get paid. They'll get their money in arrears after we open government back up. Now, I'm rather fond of the Constitution, as most people are. I'm well aware of the 27th Amendment, which says no law varying the compensation of the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. What that means, of course, is that you can't change the pay for a congressman until after you've had an election. I think my bills are constitutional for 2 reasons. Number one, we're not changing the rate of compensation. We're just saying during a shutdown, you're not going to get your money. Number 2, there is precedent for this. Back in 2013, President Obama had Congress pass what's called the No Budget, No Pay Act of 2013. President Obama's bill said, look, Congress is about to go into a shutdown. Fine, have at it. Knock yourselves out. Go into a shutdown. But if you don't come out of that shutdown by this particular date, you're not going to get paid. And you know what? Members of Congress had an epiphany. They had a Damascene moment. They were born again. They got out of the shutdown in time to be paid. I'm not trying to put down anybody. I'm not trying to condemn folks who have been taking their salary. I'm not saying they don't earn every bit of it, but I am saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and I'm going to offer up these 2 bills for the members' consideration. So, starting with my first bill, which would say members of Congress can't be paid and don't get back pay even after we end the shutdown. That's called the No Shutdown Paychecks to Politicians Act. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of my bill, that bill, which I just described, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. I think it's time that instead of closing the government down further, that we begin to open up government. What I will offer is legislation that instead of closing government down further, begins to pay those who are working, pays our soldiers, pays our air traffic controllers, pays everyone who's showing up for work. I think this should become a permanent feature of our government. I think it's disruptive, I think it's unfair, and I think it's wrong that we don't pay the workers that are showing up. But a better way than isolating out different groups and punishing different groups is to actually pay those who are working. And I think we should do this. If we pass this legislation, this would never be a problem again. We're going to run into disagreements in the future. We're going to have times when the government shuts down, but there's no reason that we shouldn't be paying our government workers. So I ask that the senator modify his request so that instead of the Senate proceeding to the immediate consideration of calendar item 191, that S3012, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to consider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Mr. President.
Would the senator modify his request?
I will not, Mr. President, and I'd like to explain why. I understand Senator Paul is making a good point. What he's saying is, rather than saying, as I am, that nobody else is being paid, so members of Congress shouldn't be paid, I think what Senator Paul is saying, let's pay everybody. That's what I understand him to be saying. And he wants me to agree to that instead of my bill. What Senator Paul is proposing is Senator Ron Johnson's shutdown, no shutdown act that we voted on several times. And I'm for it. I voted for it several times. Here's the problem I have with Senator Paul's proposal of pulling down my bill and going with Senator Johnson's bill. Several reasons. Number one, I'm interested in passing something. I'm not interested in just putting on a show. My bill will pass the House of Representatives, and my bill will be signed by the President. Senator Paul's bill, I can assure you, will not pass the House of Representatives, and President Trump will not sign it. I'm not saying someone's right or somebody's wrong. President Trump does not consider to be Senator Paul to be part of his MAGA agenda, and he will veto it. And then we're right back to square one. So for that reason, I can't substitute his for mine, because his is going to be as dead as fried chicken here in a few days, and mine has a chance to pass. Now, I need some clarification, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry, if you will. Do I understand that Senator Paul has objected to my bill? Correctly?
The senator from Kentucky asked if you would modify your request.
The senator from Kentucky asked if you would modify your request.
And his modification, if I might ask, is to substitute his bill for mine.
That is the understanding of the chair.
Okay. I have said I will not substitute his bill for mine.
Okay. Objection to the modification is heard.
Objection to the modification is heard.
Is there an objection to the
Now,
is there an objection to the original request?
Reserving the right, Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object. I think it's actually not clear at all that the president wouldn't sign a bill to continue paying federal workers. I think it's actually a universal sentiment among both parties, among the American people, particularly among the soldiers, that we ought to continue to pay the soldiers, continue to pay the workers. I'm perhaps the most conservative member of the Senate. I vote to cut spending on everything. I think we spend way too much, but I'm not for cutting the salaries of people who have a contract and who are doing their work. Now, I probably would not hire new people, and I would probably let the federal government shrink gradually through attrition, because I think we need to be smaller. But if you work for government, you're doing your job, and you have a contract, I think you ought to be paid. So I don't think it's not clear that the president wouldn't support this. I think it's actually quite confusing that this is being objected by the Democrats. And I think actually it'd be nice to let the Democrats, have a round at this and explain to us why they don't want to pay the air traffic controllers. Look, we can have a dispute over spending. I think the Republican proposal spends too much. I think the Democrat proposal spends too much. But I think we ought to pay the workers while we're working out the debate over what the spending level ought to be. I think it's actually an untenable position of Democrats to come before this body and say, oh, we want to give subsidies to people who make $225,000 a year. That's what they're arguing for. The Obamacare subsidies are not the basic subsidies. These are add-on subsidies that started 2 years ago. If you make $100,000 a year, the Democrats want to give you $13,000. Meanwhile, people who make $20,000 and are on food stamps are not going to get food stamps, but somebody making $100,000 is going to get $13,000. That doesn't sound like the Democrats are for the working class or for the poor. It sounds like the Democrats are for people making $200,000 a year to get a subsidy. But I think in the midst of all this, with pressure, I think the Democrats could be made to understand and support paying the government workers. I mean, I just think it is something eminently reasonable. I think it is something very passable, and I don't see the president objecting to this. I think the president would sign this in a heartbeat. So I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Louisiana.
Could I ask for clarification? I have offered a bill to say that Congress does not get paid like everyone else is not being paid during the shutdown. There's been a little bit back and forth. As I understand it, Senator Paul has objected to that bill. Is that correct?
The senator from Kentucky objected to your unanimous consent request.
The senator from Kentucky objected to your unanimous consent request.
To my bill to keep, to say Congress didn't pay during the shutdown. Is that correct?
To the bill you asked unanimous consent to pass.
To the bill you ask unanimous consent to pass. He objected to the unanimous consent.
Right. I want to bring up my second bill. It's called the Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act. Remember, my first bill that Senator Paul objected to would have said members of Congress don't get paid, just like our staffs don't get paid, just like air traffic controllers don't get paid, just like the military doesn't get paid. We don't get paid until the shutdown is lifted, and we don't get our money in arrears. In other words, we don't recoup our money once the shutdown is lifted. Perhaps Senator Paul will find my second bill to be more palatable to him and his pocketbook. The Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act would say, while we're in a shutdown and everyone else is not being paid, Congress would not be paid. But members of Congress, including Senator Paul, including me, including all members of Congress, would have the right to get the money back to be paid after they're out of the shutdown. In other words, the money would be escrowed, and they would get it once we came out of the shutdown. Again, there is precedent for that. I talked about what Senator Obama did back in 2013. And for that reason, Mr. President, I'm going to ask unanimous consent on that one. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S3057. Is that the right bill number? Okay. Is that the right bill number, Madam Clerk? You don't know? Okay.
Yes.
S3057 in the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President?
Chair recognizes the senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object. I think the answer is to pay more people, not less people, to try to get through shutdowns without having people go without pay who are doing their job. Now, the proposal was made, and I just simply made a proposal that would pay everybody. And so the senator from Louisiana has objected to paying everyone. So I don't quite understand this. We could pay everyone. We could have paid everyone had he agreed to my motion. My motion was to pay everyone. Pay the soldiers. Pay the air traffic controllers. Pay the staff. Pay everybody that's working. And yet there was an objection. So I don't understand what's going on here. Should the emphasis be to pay less people or more people? Why would we try to punish certain groups of people instead of paying all the people who are working? Why would we not do that? So I don't understand the process we've gone through here. We just had a chance to pay all the people. We had a chance to pay the air traffic controllers. We had a chance to pay the soldiers. We had a chance to pay all the government workers. And then there was an objection. So I don't understand what we've gone through here. But I, for one, believe that the workers should be paid. I, for one, believe that we should fix this permanently. The bill that I have presented is not just to pay them one time, it's to pay all workers all the time who are under contract, who show up for work, whether there's a shutdown or not. It's a permanent payday for those who do their job. That was the fix. It's not a niche bill. It's not to punish one group or the other group. It's to say, if you're working and there's a disagreement on the spending levels, that all workers are paid. I don't understand the objection, and I will continue to support paying all the workers all the time they're at work, whether there's a shutdown or not. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Turn to Senator for Louisiana.
A point of clarification. Senator Paul has objected to my bill, or he wants me to modify it?
He objected to your bill.
Okay. I'm not done yet. Let me see, maybe I wasn't clear. I apologize, Rand, if I wasn't clear. I support Rand's bill. It's actually Ron John's bill, but I support his idea. What I'm saying is if everybody over here isn't being paid, members of Congress shouldn't be paid, okay? What Rand is saying, Senator Paul is saying is, let's pay everybody. And he's absolutely right. I support that. But I want to pass something. I want to pass something, Senator Durbin. We live in the real world. And my bill is more likely to pass the House and more likely to be signed by the President than Senator Paul's bill. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. I don't think that the House is going to pass Senator Paul's bill. And I don't think it's any secret. I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but President Trump does not consider Senator Paul to be part of the MAGA agenda. He said that. He's tweeted it about a squillion times. Am I wrong, Senator Durbin? I mean, he's tweeted it about a squillion times. And he's going to veto Senator Paul's bill because his name is on it. He's going to knock it to Uranus. He's going to knock it into a new zip code. And then what have Rand and I done? We put on a pretty performance. I want to pass something. Now, I tried to pass my bill preventing members of Congress from being paid. And you can pretty it up all you want to, but Rand objected. And I'm not judging him. I'm not judging anybody who's taking their salary. I'm not taking mine, but I'm not judging anybody. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And you either think members of Congress ought to be treated like everybody else, or you don't. You either think that we're more important and smarter and more virtuous than the American people, or you don't. And I think we ought to be treated the same. Now, having said that, I said I agreed with what Senator Paul said. I'm just worried his name on the bill is going to get knocked out of the park. So I'm going to put it in my name. Let's do what, it's not Senator Paul's bill, it's Senator Ron Johnson's bill. And what Ron John's is, we call him Ron John, I'm sorry, Senator Ron Johnson from the wonderful state of Wisconsin. What Senator Johnson has proposed, and I voted for repeatedly, it says, look, if you're deemed an essential employee right now, you're working, but you're not being paid. Senator Johnson's bill says, we're going to pay you. I voted for that. It also says if you're furloughed, If you're deemed to be non-essential, then you're not working, but you will get paid once we come out of this shutdown. Does that make sense? That's what Senator Ron Johnson has proposed. And as I told my good friend Senator Paul, I agree with him. Senator Paul's name is on that bill. It's going to be vetoed 6 ways to Sunday. I'm going to try to put my name on the bill. Maybe it'll get passed, maybe it won't, but I think I have a better chance than Senator Paul. That's just my personal opinion. It's not meant to be personal. So, for that reason, Mr. President, I'll try the third way. It's not my preferred way, but we got to get out of this mess. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 191 S302, which, as I've indicated, Mr. President, I think we've got a chance to pass the House with it, and I really don't think President Trump will veto it if I explain to him it's Senator Ron Johnson's bill. And I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reserving the right to object, let me just say this. We should make sure that every federal worker gets the paycheck that they are owed. And the right way to do that is for Republicans to finally join us and get serious about passing a bipartisan CR so we do reopen the government and prevent healthcare costs from exploding. Instead, the bill that the senator from Louisiana is asking for unanimous consent for actually lets Donald Trump and Russ Vought decide who they want to pay during a shutdown, and that will allow them to stiff everyone else. President Trump has said he will only pay the people he wants to. He literally said, and I quote, "We're going to take care of our people. There are some people who really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way," unquote. This bill would actually let Trump do exactly that. Mr. President, we should make sure all of our workers get paid, not just the workers Trump likes. So the best way to do that is for, of course, Republicans to sit down with us as Democrats, work out a solution to reopen the government. If instead you do as the senator from Louisiana suggests here, then at a minimum, it should cover all employees. And that proposal is out on the table with Senator Van Hollen and Senator Peters. Thank you, Mr. President. For that reason, I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard. Chair recognizes the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, look, I get it. You know, this is why we're in a shutdown. I just proposed a bill, was my third choice, but it's better than nothing, to say everybody gets paid. And my good friend from Washington State objected. I don't know what else to do. I voted 14 times to open up government. I can't change the election. President Trump was duly elected President of the United States. He was, in a free election. And the American people spoke. And some of my colleagues are upset about that. In fact, they hate the president so much, they've shut down government. They hate him so much that if President Trump came out in favor of breathing to live, they would hold their breath. It's not rational. And I just don't know what else to do. All I can tell my Democratic friends is, look, reasonable people disagree, and I get it. But you're just being too emotional. You need to go drink a big, old, cold, tall glass of get over it and realize that President Trump is the President of the United States. Don't shut government down because of it. Mr. President, you've been really patient. And even though the parliamentarian tried to get you to dodge my questions, you answered them straight up, and I really appreciate it. With that, I yield. No, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
tell you the stupid didn't hear, Darvin.
So you have to get out of the quorum call.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Kentucky.
Ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
For decades, the globalists in Washington have led our country into one disastrous foreign war after another, whether in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and now potentially Venezuela. The formula is always the same. Proclaim that the regime of the targeted country poses such a threat to the American way of life that the only thing we can do is go to war. Tell them that our intervention is a noble effort, one that will bring security at home and liberty to foreign lands, topple the government, and declare a new age of freedom. The warmongers have recycled these experiments in regime change again and again. And what has it brought? Instability, chaos, suffering, and resentment. It is the height of arrogance to think we can forcibly remove the dictatorship in Venezuela and expect a different result. We should learn from history. Liberty cannot be imposed at the point of a foreign bayonet. The United States maintains the most formidable military in human history. Of course, we have the capability of overthrowing the Maduro regime, just like we had the power to overthrow Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi. But what comes next? Is anyone thinking about the potential blowback that such a campaign could entail? Overthrowing the Maduro regime risks creating more regional instability, not less. The breakdown of state authority may create a power vacuum that the very drug cartels the administration is ostensibly trying to destroy could exploit. Just as our misguided interventions in the Middle East led to the proliferation of terrorist organizations, this could happen in Venezuela, but this time with the proliferation of organized crime. We could swell the ranks of the cartels with new recruits. Remember what happened in Iraq, the de-Baathification of Iraq, removing all of the previous government soldiers. They had no place to go. They were used to being paid, they wanted money, and they went and worked and became terrorists. Where do you think the tens of thousands of Venezuelan soldiers and desperate civilians will turn when their livelihood suddenly disappears? It may be the drug cartels. In its hubris, Washington may very well empower the cartels and make the drug problem in our hemisphere worse. Certainly, any war will exacerbate the already precarious humanitarian crisis in Venezuela and lead to mass migration into neighboring countries already struggling under the strain of millions of refugees. And rest assured, many of those who flee the disaster or the war that will come will make their way to the United States. Most consequentially, any military operation comes with the risk that American service members will be killed or wounded. We owe it to our service members to only send them into harm's way when vital American interests are at stake. Who is in charge of Venezuela does not constitute such an interest. We've seen chaos emerge from our misguided wars before. We overthrew Saddam Hussein thinking Iraq will be transformed into this great Jeffersonian democracy. Instead, what occurred was an insurgency that led to some of the most brutal sectarian violence in living memory. Washington's foolish invasion empowered radical jihadists and ultimately led to the rise of ISIS, which posed a much greater threat to Americans than Saddam Hussein ever did. A similar story unfolded in Libya. In 2011, our forces aided the rebels to oust Muammar Gaddafi. The result was a brutal 6-year war that saw the proliferation of jihadist groups and the widespread human rights violations, including the resurgence of slavery. Weapons were spread throughout Africa. Our intervention helped spur mass migration into Europe and contributed to widespread instability across Africa as weapons flowed from Libya into the Sahel and Sub-Sahara, where they continue to fuel conflicts and terrorism to this day. Libya is still highly unstable, and the conflict constantly threatens to reignite. Like Saddam and Gaddafi, Maduro is unmistakably a dictator. He's a bad guy. He suppresses freedom of speech. He controls his people. There's no free voting. He treats people poorly. And that's an understatement. But there are a lot of bad guys in the world. There are a lot of dictators. There's a lot of socialism leading to starvation. It doesn't mean that the United States should carelessly risk its blood and treasure to go and topple every one of them. And as we've seen all too well in recent decades, foreign military interventions often end up making things worse. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Imagine the anarchy that followed our wars in the Middle East. Do we really want to risk creating similar conditions in our own backyard? With over 10,000 U.S. troops, 8 warships, a Virginia-class submarine, and dozens of F-35s already in the Caribbean, the USS Gerald Ford Strike Group surging towards the region, the stage for folly is set. We are told that only drug dealers are the target of U.S. operations, but the consolidation of the largest U.S. force in the Caribbean in 35 years suggests that regime change may very well be the intended goal. The use of lethal force in our massive military buildup is an invitation to retaliation. Attacked countries often attack back. It is our soldiers in the field of battle, not the senators on this floor, that will bear the brunt of the retaliation. By then, the time for debate will have passed. The Senate will have once again excused itself from the responsibility of governing, and the United States will once again be at war. Those who argue that small boats in the Caribbean are so dangerous that they warrant being blown out of the water must explain why, when some of the individuals happen to survive, they are not detained. The drugs are not scooped up and tested. The survivors are simply sent back to their country of origin. Wouldn't we ask who they work for? Wouldn't we detain them? Wouldn't we present evidence to a court and say what should be done with these survivors? We summarily shoot them when we don't know who they are, but once we pick them up, we don't summarily kill them. We don't even try them. The United States has now repatriated 2 of these survivors to Colombia and Ecuador. If, as we are told, these groups constitute our threat to our security equal to al-Qaeda, that they are somehow narco-terrorists, then why are we allowing these individuals to go home? The truth is that these arguments are nonsensical. Drug traffickers aren't equivalent to al-Qaeda, and the executive branch does not have the authority to kill at will anyone, anywhere, at any time, for any reason. Repatriating survivors of the strikes suggests that the administration's lawyers are not so confident that their arguments about Article 2 authority will survive legal scrutiny. Or perhaps they're not confident that they can even bring drug convictions in a court. In addition to the strategic malpractice of pursuing regime change in Venezuela, there is also the inconvenient fact that the president simply does not have the authority to unilaterally launch wars. The founders had the foresight to recognize that the executive branch is the branch most prone to war, and they therefore made it clear in the Constitution that Congress maintains the exclusive power to declare war. Part of President Trump's broad appeal was his strong contempt for the neocons on the right and the liberal internationalists on the left who never met a war they didn't want someone else's children to fight. He rightfully criticized those in Washington who supported nation-building fantasies throughout the Middle East, yet now certain individuals within the administration seek to lead the president astray. I would advise President Trump to remember the wise words of his inaugural address, when President Trump said, "We will measure our success by the wars we never get into." President Trump, do not allow the warmongers in Washington to drag you into an unnecessary war of choice. Washington has spent decades, trillions of dollars, thousands of lives trying to remake other countries in our image. The American people are sick and tired of their elected representatives in Congress standing idly by and saying, "Nothing to see here. The president can do whatever he wants," while their sons and daughters are sent to fight wars in distant lands. As the administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela and surges U.S. forces in the region, including our most advanced aircraft carrier, the risk of imminent involvement in hostilities is evident. It is time that the first branch of government puts America first. The majority party of this institution should stand by the principles of restraint as espoused by President Trump's promise to the American people. Honor and statesmanship should prevent the Senate from sitting idly by while elements within this administration blunder America into another foreign war. The American soldiers, their families, and the American people deserve a debate and a vote before we send our armed forces into war. If you agree that our soldiers and their families deserve at least this much, vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Kane for Senate Joint Resolution 90 and ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor.
Without objection.
We are here debating a central constitutional precept, and I'm glad we are. Throughout my career in the House and Senate, I have tried to be consistent on this issue and respect the Constitution and its wisdom. I'm going to say 6 words I very rarely, if ever, have said in my entire career in Congress. I agree with Senator Rand Paul. I believe what he has said on the floor today is, in fact, the way I feel about what this section of the Constitution means. In one of the previous debates with the War Powers Resolution, War Powers Act being debated on the floor, Senator Kane reminded us of that historic moment when the Founding Fathers decided to write this Constitution, which we've all sworn to uphold and defend. And leading that Constitutional Convention, of course, was the greatest general then and still in the history of the United States, George Washington. Despite the fact that he was in the room and leading the conversation about what Constitution would govern this country, Article 1, Section 8 put in a provision and basically said, when it comes to a future war, even if you're president, General Washington, the Congress will have the power to decide whether we go to war. Senator Kane made that point in an earlier debate, and I thought it was well worth repeating. Let me say a word about Venezuela. In 2018, I had the opportunity to visit Venezuela, a once prosperous, albeit imperfect democracy, suffering terrible economic and political decline under the disgraceful and failed leadership of Nicolas Maduro. I told then President Maduro that if he rigged any upcoming elections, Venezuelans would be even more isolated and endure further unnecessary suffering. He went ahead with a sham election anyway, leading to even more cruelty and the exodus of literally millions of Venezuelans, some to the United States. Last July, Venezuela had another presidential election during which the regime, the Maduro regime, arbitrarily blocked opposition candidates from the ballot and tried to undermine the pre-electoral process. Nonetheless, more than 10 million Venezuelans showed up to vote, and results meticulously documented by credible election monitors showed a sweeping victory for opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez. Maduro and his criminal enablers again refused to respect the rules and shamelessly refused to swear in legitimately chosen President Gonzalez. So let me make it clear. Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate leader guilty of turning Venezuela into a failed state, one that has caused terrible suffering and misery for the people who live there. This is not the question at hand. As I have long said, it is long overdue that the result of last year's elections be respected in Venezuela. But let me be clear on a position I've also held for a long time, regardless of who has been in the White House. Only Congress under the Constitution has the power to declare war. Article 1, Section 8 is clear on this issue, and for good reason. Only the people's elected representatives should have the awesome power to send our sons and daughters into armed conflict. I remember thinking about this in personal terms during the era of the Vietnam War when I was a college student, thinking about the fact that there had not been any formal declaration of war in Vietnam, and yet over 40,000 of my brothers and sisters gave their lives in that conflict. Our founding fathers were wise in this regard and well aware of human history, in which kings and unelected leaders sent their people into war for personal gain without any public consent. Congress overwhelmingly reaffirmed this key constitutional provision when it passed the War Powers Act in 1973 over the veto of then-President Richard Nixon. Under the law, the President has the authority to approve military attacks as a response to an imminent threat or with the expressed authorization of Congress. I do not believe these conditions have been met in this situation. We in Congress have already ceded too much of our constitutional authority on appropriations and other key items to the President. This body must not do so regarding matters of war. Mr. President, I think about the idea of a war breaking out between the United States and Venezuela. Certainly picking up boats, unarmed boats in the ocean is an easy task for our great military. But let's keep in mind, we live in a world where there's asymmetric power. What am I talking about? Take a look at what the drones, many of them pretty cheap pieces of equipment, have wrought in countries like Ukraine in the midst of their war. What would turn out to be a massive force by the United States sent down to the Caribbean, this should be a show of force, may be subject to attack even by Venezuela, the small and poorly armed country that it is. So I would say that if we're thinking clearly about this, we would think long and hard before we engaged in any conflict with Venezuela. That's what Article 1, Section 8 is about. The American people, before being asked to give any sons and daughters and risk their lives in a war, have to have a voice in the process, and they do that through members of Congress and through our Constitution. That is what Senator Kaine of Virginia reminds us of today. That's why I'll support Senate Joint Resolution 90, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Idaho.
We're not in a quorum call, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to respond to Senator Kane's Senate Joint Resolution number 90. And I would like to state clearly the administration is very much opposed to this resolution. And they have put out a policy statement as of today stating that they strongly oppose Senate Joint Resolution number 90. Without going into all the details, they say that Senate Joint Resolution 90 fails to account for the extraordinary national security threat posed by transnational violent drug trafficking cartels and narco-terrorists operating in and around the Caribbean Sea. That really says it all. And not much more needs to be said, but I do have a few comments on this. President Trump has taken decisive action to protect thousands of Americans from lethal narcotics. He's kept drugs off the streets, kept children alive, and eliminated narco-terrorists who have been profiting off of the deaths of members of our communities. These people have been transmitting drugs into the United States via a lot of different ways. One of them was by vessels, shipping vessels in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific Ocean. But some Democrat members and members of the media have claimed that President Trump does not have the authority to conduct these strikes. I'll tell you right now, that is plain wrong. I myself and many of my colleagues have sat recently through hours of briefings and analysis by government legal departments and attorneys who have studied this issue. Unanimously, they have concluded that the action taken by President Trump is absolutely lawful. As Commander-in-Chief, the President sees a group of terrorists planning to harm America or our allies. He has the right, not only the right, but the duty to do something about it. He's taken an oath to protect this country. And I and the majority of my colleagues are glad that the President took this action. Now, for some reason, which I don't understand, the people who oppose the President's action somehow make a differentiation between drugs and explosives. If these were explosives that were on ships being brought to the United States by terrorist organizations to be distributed through the United States and kill and maim Americans, people would say nothing about it. These drugs are no different than that. They do the exact same thing. They kill people by the thousands in the United States. President Trump is doing what needs to be done to protect the American people, just as he has done before. Take, for example, the recent defensive strikes against the Houthis in the Red Sea. This went on for some time. When the Houthis threatened the U.S. ships in the Red Sea, citing Article 2 of the Constitution, the President took action to eliminate the terrorists threatening our troops and U.S. commercial shipping in the Red Sea. These strikes are fully compliant with the War Powers Resolution and fully compliant with the President's Article 2 constitutional authority as Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. Prior presidents did not need, nor did they seek congressional authorization to defend America in this Western Hemisphere. Panama and Grenada are two examples that Republican presidents also took action in our own backyard to go after threats to the American people. And these strikes have been discreet, they've been intermittent, with little risk, if any, to United States servicemen. No 60-day clock has been triggered, as many Democrats have tried to argue today. I wish my colleagues would join me here today in congratulating the President for what he has done and thanking the President for what he's done on behalf of the many parents who will not have to bury their children early and who will never know that they were saved from this. But there is no doubt, none whatsoever, that every time we take a strike and we send tons of these poisonous drugs to the bottom of the ocean, thousands of American lives have been saved. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you're doing. On behalf of all those Americans who will be saved from these poisonous drugs, thank you, and continue to do what you're doing. I object to the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. To recognize the senator from Virginia.
I rise for closing comments about Senate Joint Resolution 90. My colleague and friend from Idaho has talked about strikes on boats. That's not what this is about. This is about the prospect, openly discussed by the president, for a land invasion of a sovereign nation of Venezuela. The president has not asserted a legal rationale for it. The documents that we've read in the classified facility talk about a legal rationale for strikes in international waters, but specifically do not contain a legal rationale for striking a sovereign nation. This is not about President Trump, it's about the Constitution, and it's about Congress. Do we take seriously the most important responsibility in Article 1, that war should not be declared without Congress? Venezuela is a nation of 30 million people. They have a very capable military because they've purchased weapons from our adversaries like Russia and Iran. The massing of U.S. forces around Venezuela pose a serious risk of a miscommunication or a use of those weapons against Americans. I might remind my colleagues that the United States attacked Grenada in 1983. Grenada was an island with a population of less than 100,000. 19 American soldiers died in that attack. 152 American soldiers were wounded in that attack. 24 civilians who were at a mental hospital that was bombed by accident were killed in that attack. An attack against a population poorly armed, without weapons, of 113,000 people caused 19 soldiers to lose their lives and 152 to be injured. A Venezuela of 30 million people is a completely different kind of military operation. And we would not expect it to go perfectly, because none ever go perfectly. How will you respond to an American family who loses the life of a child, or whose child is injured in the event of a war against Venezuela, when they ask you, why did you not even think it was important enough to have a debate and vote in the United States Senate? Why did you let this president, why would you let any president make that decision on his or her own without you even weighing in? I'll close with this, Mr. President. I have stood on this floor and made this same argument when the president is a Democrat. It happened often during President Obama's term, and I made the same argument against unilateral executive war when the president was a Democrat as I am now making when the president is a Republican. And I believe, as I stand here today, if these same facts were applying, strikes on boats, massing of warships, the president saying he's authorized covert action, the president saying he's looked at land targets, and that president was Joe Biden or Barack Obama, I believe I would have many Republicans voting with me on this resolution, not because they don't like President Biden or President Obama, but because they would take this responsibility, no war without Congress, that we pledge an oath to because it's in the Constitution we pledge an oath to, they would take it seriously. I urge you to take this as seriously as you would take it if the president were a Democrat. It shouldn't matter. We should not be going to war without a vote of Congress. The lives of our troops are at stake. Respect them and their families, and please vote yes on the resolution. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the Minority Leader.
Mr. President, first let me thank our great senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine. He has been the most vigilant watchdog against over-encroachment of the military. He has been the most vigorous watchdog at making sure Congress's power to make war and engage in acts of war are upheld. There are many presidents, as Senator Kaine pointed out, who try to push the boundaries, but no president has pushed the boundaries more than President Trump. And Americans need Kaine here to do just what he is doing. Thank you, Senator Kaine. I also want to thank Senator Paul, Senator Schiff, for championing this resolution today. because the Senate will vote to discharge a resolution that says two simple things. First, it affirms that the United States will always support our troops when they act to protect the American people and themselves from foreign attack. But it also says that if Donald Trump wants to engage in military hostilities against Venezuela, he must seek authorization from Congress first. As we speak, America's largest aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, is on its way to the Caribbean. It's part of the largest military buildup in our hemisphere we've seen in decades. According to press reports, Donald Trump is considering military action on Venezuelan territory. But it also sounds like nobody really knows what the plan is because, like so many other things with Donald Trump, he keeps changing his mind. Who knows what he'll do tomorrow? To date, we have heard no clear goals, no clear timetable, no clear explanation for what Donald Trump's objective is in Venezuela. This is unacceptable and it's dangerous. Even at our briefing with Secretary Rubio yesterday, we walked out of the room with more questions than answers. We need a clear explanation. I am demanding a full senator's briefing on this issue, Venezuela, and its intervention there, at once. In the meantime, the Senate must act today to discharge this resolution. Because Donald Trump seems ready to lead our troops over the Rubicon with a blindfold over his eyes, and that is a recipe for catastrophe. Congress must assert its authority on matters of war and peace, and time is of the essence. Multiple warships have been moved from other ports of the world to be just off the coast of Venezuela, and by some estimates, 10% of the Navy's deployed assets are now in the Southern Command area of responsibility. These actions certainly do not sound like mere drug enforcement against organized criminals. Not even close. These are actions you take before you consider launching a major military operation against another country. And that authority, the Constitution is clear, must come from Congress. Nobody here denies the Maduro regime is horrific and undemocratic, and we also agree that drug traffickers and organized criminals who poison Americans ought to be tracked down and dismantled. That was why when I was Majority Leader, Congress provided billions for counter-narcotics operations and granted sweeping authorities to combat the flow of narcotics and opioids like fentanyl. And if we must do more, we should. We should help law enforcement, intelligence operators, federal agents to dismantle criminal networks and drug smugglers. But saber-rattling and military explanation are a poor substitute for a real narcotics strategy, counter-narcotics strategy. I ask my colleagues, remember what Colin Powell used to say about military force? You break it, you own it. It's the old Pottery Barn rule. This is the danger of unilateral attacks against Venezuela. If we break it, we're going to own it. The mere thought of another endless war ought to make American people sick to their stomachs. So today, the Senate must act to uphold the Constitution, uphold our national security, and reaffirm the authority of Congress to have its proper say on matters of war and peace. I yield the floor. Just yield the floor.
The question occurs on the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
Well, 11.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted.
No.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan,
Yes.
Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Kim, Merkley, Padilla, Paul, Warner, Wyden. Mr. Schumer, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Miss Lummis, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan. No. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 12 noon on Friday, November 7th. That following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.